John Deere is the official agricultural and turf equipment provider of the National Western Stock Show. Visit your local John Deere dealer for great deals now, and remember, nothing runs like a Deere.
Another really super class of showmanship as we get out here, and I picked out my top lineup that'll come back and compete. I apologize for taking a little more time out here. I thought it was an awful difficult class to sort through. All these kids did a tremendous job, and I went through with these kids and told them what they could improve on. Let's go ahead and give them a big round of applause as we send them on out of the ring.
Next in the ring is the Champion Drive. Champion Drive of the Junior Showmanship next in the ring. First call. Those that were pulled out of the second class of Junior Showman: Adrena Marcy, Cash Campbell, Brecken Nelson, Faith Marcy, Kelgan Algier, and Maylee Reese. Again, this is the Champion Drive that's in the ring at this time. Murdoch's can take care of all your needs in one stop. From jeans and boots to feed and fencing, hardware and tack, and so much more. Find a store near you at murdochs.com. Saunders Construction was locally founded in 1972 and is now one of the largest and most stable construction companies in Colorado. Saunders offers well-paid positions with opportunities for career growth. Visit us at www.saundersincorporated.com for information on career opportunities. Weather Livestock is committed to helping you be the very best you can be. Stop by their trailer on the hill to check out their full line of show supplies backed by industry experts. Weaver is devoted to fueling your enthusiasm for showing livestock with educational clinics and innovative products here at the National Western. Superior Farms is proud to help sponsor the National Western Stock Show. We invite you to see more about how we help family farms. See the video at superiorfarms.com.
An extraordinary way to start out this show out here. And you get out here, and there's a lot of these kids that do an awful nice job. The ones that are on this top lineup here, I think, just did it a notch better for me. And especially when we come to our class winner, if I could pick one man out here to show for me, it'd definitely be him. I think one that just had no faults the whole time. As you watch him go through, he holds that neck up right out of the top side of the shoulder, holds the head level enough, one that keeps the spine in that sheep really level, sets it square on all four corners the whole time, and he's still got that added style with him as well. Really calm when I switch around in front of him. He's the smoothest in his transition as he goes around that sheep. I think just a really, really nice place to start. The young man here in two really challenges him a lot. I think one with a lot of style, and again, does a really, really nice job getting that lamb set up at all times. One that maybe a few times when he puts down, he does drop that top just ever so slightly, but I think one that just kind of overdrives just a touch compared to the one that wins ahead of him. But I think two awful good showmen. Congratulations. Come the young lady here in three, and again, kind of the same story. She does a nice job all the way around that lamb. When it come down to the top three of them, though, she just got overpowered in terms of style, and when they switched sides, that was kind of my difference between that top three. This young lady's just not quite as smooth as she travels around that sheep. Just calm down, slow down just a notch as you move around that sheep to get up ahead of them two. But I think a really nice job again. Coming to the young man here in four, again, a really stylish type of a showman, one that really hits all the boxes. With him, I need to change where he sets them front 2 feet. There were several times I went through, I need them set just a touch wider. They get just a touch close. When I come down through and look at the front, you get them set, and then he'd move, and it'd just stay that way. You need to keep making sure that all the legs are set on the corners. I really appreciate how you did get down and showed me that look as well off to the side. I don't really care for any particular type of showman style. You can get down and show it off the side. You can stand up. You can spread your legs however you want to do it, however you feel comfortable. But I think you did a nice job in all facets. Just watch those legs where you set them to be able to run any higher. The young lady here in five, again, kind of the same deal here. One that lamb tends to get just a tick stretched out for me today, as is right now. I'd like to set them just a little square, a little truer under the backside to be able to move her higher today. But I think one that has a lot of style gives a really good brace on the lamb. As we go down the other side, the next young lady, she did an awful nice job. The back legs is what got her. There were several times where it was just set too wide apart, maybe not parallel with each other. I'd like to change that. And she also had the toughest job out here. I don't know if anybody else paid attention to that, but she had the roughest way to go the whole time. That ewe just wants to keep backing up. Every time she'd put a brace on it, and maybe that didn't give you the best look, but if you've ever shown one that just wants to go in reverse and you're out here, it is an awful tough job to get it shown, and I think she did an excellent job trying to get it done. The next young lady, I think she's got a world of good ahead of her. One that today she just doesn't have quite the maturity some of the other ones do in terms of reaching back there and getting it set up, keeping that top line up, but she's got a lot of style and does a lot of nice job. Going on down, all these kids do some really good things. Just keep watching where you set those feet. Keep watching when I transition around the sheep to know which side you need to be on, and go work on there. Work on the basics as you're going up. You've all got plenty of style and do a really nice job. Congratulations to all these exhibitors.
In 10th place, Reagan Werner, Hooker, Oklahoma. 9th place goes to Cash Campbell, Julesburg, Colorado. 8th, Kellen Algier, Fredericktown, Ohio. 7th place, Brecken Nelson, Tribune, Kansas. In 6th place, Adrena Marcy, Leota, Kansas. 5th place went to Blair Sanchez, Bear River, Wyoming. 4th, Cooper Sanchez, Bear River, Wyoming. 3rd place, Bella Campbell, Julesburg, Colorado. 2nd and reserve champion, Cody Cohen, Elkhart, Kansas. And your first place in the junior showmanship and your champion, Garrett Burkett, Evansville, Wyoming. Next in is the senior showman. Senior showman next in the ring. There's only one class of seniors, so this will also be champion in reserve. Okay, there's 2 heats of senior showman. 2 heats. Looks like. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a cut at the gate. There will be two classes of senior showmanship just because of the numbers. Two classes, and then we'll come back in for champion drive. Thank you. If you're looking for that edge in the show ring, consider the all-new Blue Ribbon 2 blocking blade from Andis. Designed for competition, the Andis Blue Ribbon 2 blocking blade delivers a new level of performance with improved hair feed and clean show-stopping lines. Stop by your authorized Andis dealer and see it today. Superior Farms American Lamb is delicious and easy to cook. Visit superiorfarms.com for great recipes and ask for American Lamb at your favorite restaurant.
Again, we're going to pull our top end out of these classes and bring them back together. Let's go ahead and give all these kids a round of applause as we send them on out the ring.
The 5 individuals that were held out of the heat number 1: Emily Anderson, Emma Gonzalez, Jackson Bames, Andrew Anderson, and Sage Romza. Next in will be the second heat of the senior showmanship, and then we will have the champion drive. The Colorado Farm Show is proud to support the National Western Stock Show, and they invite you to attend the 56th Colorado Farm Show January 28th, 29th, and 30th at Island Grove Regional Event Center in Greeley, Colorado. If you eat it, drink it, or wear it, agriculture produced it. Colorado Farm Show brochures are available at ringside. Complete details are online at www.coloradofarmshow.com.
Again, we pulled out our top five that'll come back and compete. And I can kind of generalize this for this group over here. I think y'all did a nice enough job. Make sure you know where the feet are set. Set them square on all four corners. That's the biggest thing. We come out here into showmanship. It doesn't matter how much style you have and all the other intangibles that go along with it if you don't keep the animal set up. And that was kind of the problem for a lot of these. You did a nice job showing me the front and getting that animal's neck up out of its shoulders, but you got to make sure those feet are set square at all times as I come down through here. A lot of nice showmen with good futures ahead of them. Congratulations. Let's go ahead and give them a big round of applause.
Entering the ring is the Champion Drive. Champion Drive of Senior Showmanship entering the ring. In the ring, Paisley Potter, Ansley Fisher, Riley Potter, Emily Anderson, Emma Gonzalez, Jackson Baines, Caden Healy Mitchell, Andrew Anderson, Grace Poole, and Sage Romza. John Deere is the official agricultural and turf equipment provider of the National Western Stock Show. Visit your local John Deere dealer for great deals now, and remember, nothing runs like a deer. Saunders Construction was locally founded in 1972 and now is one of the largest and most stable construction companies in Colorado. Saunders, Saunders offers well paid positions with opportunities for career growth. Visit us at www.saundersincorporated.com for information on career opportunities. Weaver Livestock is committed to helping you be the very best you can be. Stop by their trailer on the hill to check out their full line of show supplies backed by industry experts. Weaver is devoted to fueling your enthusiasm for showing livestock with educational clinics and innovative products here at the National Western.
That was a lot of fun out here, and to be real honest, if you wanted to make an argument for any of these top three, I certainly couldn't make one much against you. I think they all three did a phenomenal job. Very rarely will you ever see me switch showman on sheep. I don't think that's generally fair, but out here I think it was a dead heat. I just really had no advantage to any of them. I had to do something to kind of shake it up. The young lady that starts this class, I think just does a phenomenal job from the time she walked in. She wasn't quite my favorite when we come out here into the championship drive. I figured she'd be about in the middle of the pack, but she just kept showing. Every time you look at that lamb, it looked the best it possibly could. She did have a couple times where the feet were set just a little closer. As soon as I'd see it, she'd fix it, and I really appreciate that. I think just a solid showman, a lot of style. The young lady here in second, again, a bunch of style here too. I think one that does a really nice job. When we switch, she definitely drew the short straw trying to show the natural colored yearling ewe out here. That's not an easy task when you come out into showmanship, especially when you're usually used to showing more moderate market lamb type of sheep. She did a really nice job. Maybe she didn't have it looking quite as good as the young lady that actually shows it, but that's just a different style. I think she still showed that sheep. She got the neck up, the head out, and then on her own. I mean, it was set up the whole time. Maybe a few times I'd like to see her just pinch down on that loin to get everything to blend just a little bit better on the side, but I think one that, again, you just really can't fault. I think a top, really tough trio. Come to the young lady here in third with the natural colored ewe. I thought she was going to be my class winner for a little while. I think one that when you get off to the side and you can get down on the side and show a sheep like this, it's a real art. It's an art that's kind of gone by the wayside here lately, and one that I appreciate coming from that type of a background. I think a young lady that does a nice job keeping that set up. She sets them back feet with her hands every time. If you've watched her go around, and I really compliment that as well. I think young lady, when we got into that top three, I think it was an awful, awful tough trio, like I said, and you just didn't have quite the market lamb experience that the other two did when they were out there showing them ewe lambs. One that you just need to brace into, get a little more aggressive on, but I think one that just did an awesome job all the way through. Congratulations. Coming to the young man here in four, again, a really nice job getting this one set up. There were a few times where I'd see them feet out of place. There were a few times where you just kind of relax and let that lamb drop its front end. Just keep him pulled up and keep him fresh when you get out in the lineup, but you did a really nice job yourself. Coming to the young lady here in fifth, and kind of the challenging lamb out here. One that didn't want to stand real well for a lot of the times, one that didn't want to brace for her, but she kept fighting through that. And when we got into the top five, that was kind of the deciding factor. That lamb did not want to stand. It just kept wanting to move around. You did a really nice job getting it to calm down. Congratulations. Coming over here to the other lineup, it comes down to just the minor things, the feet placement, and knowing how to get them lambs shown. When you're showing a lamb, you got to know its faults and its strengths and really accentuate those. And when you pinch down on the top or do some of them other things, it just takes away from it. Just the little things you need to work on, but a really nice job. Congratulations.
Results of the senior showmanship. In 10th place, Ansley Fisher, Franktown, Colorado. 9th place, Sage Romza. In 8th place, Grace Poole, Castle Rock, Colorado. 7th place, Andrew Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. 6th place went to Riley Potter, Rathdrum, Idaho. 5th place, Caden Healy Mitchell, Broomfield, Colorado. 4th place, Jackson Baines, Burlington, Colorado. 3rd place, Emily Anderson, Oakdale, California. 2nd place in your reserve champion, Emma Gonzalez, Carpenter, Wyoming. And 1st place in your champion in senior showmanship, Paisley Potter, Rathdrum, Idaho. Next in is the class of Hamps. Class of Hampshire ewes is next in the ring. There's only one class of Hamps, so therefore this will be the champion drive also. First, If you're looking for that edge in the show ring, consider the all-new Blue Ribbon 2 blocking blade from Andis. Designed for competition, the Andis Blue Ribbon 2 blocking blade delivers a new level of performance with improved hair feed and clean show-stopping lines. Stop by your authorized Andis dealer and see it today. Weaver Livestock is committed to helping you be the very best you can be. Stop by their trailer on the hill to check out their full line of show supplies backed by industry experts. Weaver is devoted to fueling your enthusiasm for showing livestock with educational clinics and innovative products here at the National Western.
a great way to start off your breed shows. We get out here, and this young man's ewe lamb just kind of does it for me. I think she's the combination sheep out here, the one with plenty of skeletal correctness, plenty of bone work underneath of her. She's got the added look from the side as well, and then when you analyze her down her top, she's as fresh and muscular as anything out here, one with plenty of width coming back to that loin into that hip, and I think one that when you set her on the move, does so rather handily. I think just a nice place to start. Come to the ewe here in second. One again, a lot of rib in this girl, a lot of muscle down that top as well. One that maybe doesn't have the added look that we're finding in the class winner. They have a rule, I guess, out here that they got to have some wool on them to show in the open show, and I assume that's the case out here. Regardless of that, I think one that I really like the chest for in. I love the balance from the side. I love the bone work and the functionality of this female. She's a nice place to come in too. Kind of my ewe here in 3 is the one that I was contemplating. I think one that's ultra rugged. I love the rib shape in this female. I love the capacity and the muscle and the skeletal width and correctness. One that maybe for me today just doesn't have that fancy package compared to the 2 standing right ahead of her. I'd like to clean her up just a notch in her front third to be able to move her any higher, but a really nice kind of a ewe. Come to the ewe here in 4th, and definitely a pretty ewe off to the side, one that I really, really appreciate. One that maybe I thought would be in the top pair originally when we started this. When you analyze her, she doesn't have quite that overall mass and thickness that I'm finding the ones ahead. And the biggest thing for me today, she's just getting a little shorter back through that hip. I'd like to stretch her out in her hip to be able to move her higher, but I think a really nice kind of a pretty sheep. Coming to the rugged ewe here in 5, I think one that if you're looking for some mass and some power, she's certainly got it. She's the widest type of ewe down her top. With that, when we set this one into motion, she tracks just a little narrower than I'd like. I'd like to set her just a little truer. I'd like to trim her up just through that front third in terms of her blade to be able to make her a little more attractive and move on up the line, but a really stout, rugged, big rib type of a ewe. Coming on down, I think we've got a lot of good pieces and parts, some that just maybe don't have quite the intangibles we're finding in the top end of this class. A really good way to start the day. Congratulations.
Results of the Hamp ewe lambs. In 10th place, Josh Reese, Lakin, Kansas. 9th place, Blair Sanchez, Bear River, Wyoming. 8th place, Kellen Algier, Fredericktown, Ohio. In 7th place, Blair Sanchez, Bear River, Wyoming. 6th place went to Brecken Nelson, Tribune, Kansas. 5th to Adrina Marcy, Leota, Kansas. 4th place, Cooper Sanchez, Bear River, Wyoming. 3rd, Brecken Nelson, Tribune, Kansas. 2nd and reserve, 2nd place, Kellen Algier, Fredericktown, Ohio. And 1st place, Jackson Barnes, Burlington, Colorado. In the ring is the South Downs. South Downs in the ring. Reserve, I will have to say there's only one class, so reserve champion, Kellen Algier, Fredericktown, Ohio, and your champion is Jackson Barnes, Burlington, Colorado. The Colorado Farm Show is proud to support the National Western Stock Show, and they invite you to attend the 56th Colorado Farm Show January 28th, 29th, and 30th at Island Grove Regional Event Center in Greeley, Colorado. If you eat it, drink it, or wear it, agriculture produced it. Colorado Farm Show brochures are available at the announcer stand. Complete details are online at www.coloradofarmshow.com.
A nice class of Southdown U's to go through. The young ladies you were going to start with, I'll grant you, she's the larger outlined you out here, but I think she's the one the best in her skeletal build. I think she's great through that front third of her skeleton, one that's really level down the top. She handles with plenty of length from that 13th rib on back, a long hip kind of you. And then when you analyze her over the top, she's got the most spring of rib to her. She's got the biggest top in terms of muscle down through the loin back into that hip. If to make it a little easier, I'd like to clean up the black spot that's on the hock there. One that I really don't care for in that area, but I think when you put everything together, a ewe that still kind of has to win this for me. Come the young lady here in second. I love the breed type about this sheep. One that's just a little more regular or plain in terms of its build. I think one, it's got a good enough front third in it. I think it's really long from its 13th rib on back. I think the longest hind saddling, longest percentage type of sheep out here. And with that, she's got the most muscle coming back into that stifle, the deepest in her twist. And when you get off to the side, she's got a great look about her. I think she balances up tremendously well. Just a really nice kind of a complete sheep to come in second. The one that I like here the most when I get off to the side is the one here in 3. I love the sweep to the look, to underline of that sheep. I think one that's got plenty in terms of thickness and rib shape to her. Today, for me, I think she's just a little far along for me. I'd like to clean her up. I think she's got just a little more sweep than I'd prefer out here in the show. But with that, I really appreciate that she's gone ahead and matured and go out there and raise some lambs. I think a nice kind of a ewe. Come to the ewe here in 4. One that I think is really athletic. You set this one on the move. I think one that stays really square and really true in its step. I think one with some good breed type and muscling. Certainly not the heaviest conditioned out here compared to the contemporary standing directly ahead of it, but I think a really good hip and hind leg in this sheep as well. Congratulations, young man. Come to the next young lady. Again, a really big rib type of female. One that starts losing out in a little bit of muscle when you get it back in behind it and view it in that stifle and twist and lower leg area. I'd like to give her just another shot of power to be able to move her up, but I think one that's got a really elegant design, a good look from the side. Coming on to some of these over here, there's some really heavy muscled ones that are maybe just a little coarser in their build, maybe a little longer in their blade or deeper in their chest. And as you go through, some that just run out of muscle towards the end, but I think a really nice class all the way down. Congratulations to the exhibitors.
Results from the Southdown ewe lamb class. In 10th place, Tatum Carlson, Henry, Nebraska. 9th place, Bailey Fisher, Franktown, Colorado. 8th, Tatum Carlson, Henry, Nebraska. 7th place, Tyler Potter, Rathdrum, Colorado. In 6th place, Zane Potter, Rathdrum, Idaho. I'm guessing the other one's supposed to be Rathdrum, Idaho also. In 5th place, Faith Marcy, Leota, Kansas. 4th place went to Kellen Algier, Fredericktown, Ohio. 3rd place, Brecken Nelson, Tribune, Kansas. 2nd and reserve champion, Grace Potter, Rathdrum, Idaho. And in 1st place and your champion, Maylee Reese, Lakin, Kansas. In the ring is the Suffolk Ewes. Suffolk Ewe class is in the ring. Ready to try a delicious change? Serve your family American lamb from Superior Farms. There are so many ways to enjoy lamb with the easy recipes at superiorfarms.com.
A nice class out here in Suffolk, and maybe not the popular opinion in the way I sorted this class, and I'll agree if we're throwing breed score out, then we could change this lineup significantly and line them up different. Today, for me, I think the one with the best breed type is going to start this class. She's also really long down her top, long from that 13th back, has good balance from the side, good bone under the sheep. I think a really nice place to start. Coming to the fancy type of sheep here in second, one that I love the balance of this female. With that, I'd like to stouten her up in terms of her bone work. I'd like to give her just another shot of power as we get over top of her. Coming to you here in third, one that I love when I put my hands on her. I love the silhouette of this sheep. With that as well, I need to change her about her head. I need to change her about her legs and make her more ideal for the breed. We're out here in a breed show. If this was a different division, this ewe lamb would win the class rather handily for me. Come to you here in fourth, and kind of the same story. I think one that's really good built, one that's got some extra ruggedness in terms of her leg and her bone. I think one that, for me today, I just like to change her about her hair coat to be able to move her any higher as well. And rounding out the class, another nice time of the ewe lamb. One that just not put together quite as well as the ones that are standing directly ahead of it, but I think a nice kind of a female to round out your show. Congratulations.
Results of the Suffolk ewe lambs. In sixth place, Lane Backus, Hagerville, Arkansas. Fifth place, Braden Robinson, Garden City, Kansas. Fourth, Blair Sanchez, Bear River, Wyoming. Third, Cooper Sanchez, Bear River, Wyoming. Second place and reserve champion, Reagan Werner, Hooker, Oklahoma. And first place and your champion, Braden Robinson, Garden City, Kansas. Next in the ring is the other meat breed ewe lambs. Other meat breed ewe lambs next in the ring. John Deere is the official agriculture and turf equipment provider of the National Western Stock Show. Visit your local John Deere dealer for great deals now, and remember, nothing runs like a Deere. Saunders, Saunders Construction was locally founded in 1972 and is now one of the largest and most stable construction companies in Colorado. Saunders offers well paid positions with opportunities for career growth. Visit us at www.saundersincorporated.com for more information on career opportunities.
Oh, here in your all other breeds, I think the Strop ewe lamb we're going to start with, she brings the most to the table in terms of skeletal correctness. I love her through that front third, the way she lays in her shoulder blade at the top side. One, it's really good and square, and at the bottom side of it as well. And then you analyze her from the side. She balances up tremendously well. She's got plenty of power. It's kind of deceiving when you get over top of her. She doesn't look near as big topped as what she is when you get over top of her. Just a really heavy muscled female. One that brings a lot of elegance to the table with it. Maybe not the heaviest footed sheep out here, but I think when you put everything together, she's one that comes to the top. Coming to the Dorset ewe here in second, the weather type, one that you really appreciate in terms of her angles and mass and power and the rib shape as well. One that's good in terms of her balance from the side with that one that's maybe not got the extra stretch. And you're kind of comparing apples to oranges out here when you get into these all other breeds. This is the way I see them today. Come to the Strop ewe here in third. Again, one that you really appreciate when you get over the sheep. I think one that's big top, a lot of turn to that rib, one with some muscle and back into that stifle and lower leg. With that, she's also just a little bolder about that shoulder. I'd like to pick her up just a nickel in the chest floor. I'd like to just trim her up right through that blade region, coming up into that neck to be able to move her over to the top two ewes. A nice kind of a female, though. Coming to you here in four, and kind of the same story. One that's just not as good through the front third of her skeleton compared to the ewes that were standing ahead of her, but another big top type of female that balances up well enough. Coming to the Dorset ewe here in five, and this one's kind of a big drink of water for me. I think one that really excels in terms of length and some growth. With that, I just need more of her. I need to open her up. I need to give her another shot of base width, give her a little more turn to that rib and drop her in that flank. I think if you're looking for one that's awful fancy, I think she's right here. I just need a little more of her today to be able to use her any higher. Congratulations.
Results of the other meat breeds ewe lambs in sixth place. Blair Sanchez, Bear River, Wyoming. Fifth place went to Emily Anderson, Oakdale, California. Fourth, Kellen Algier, Fredericktown, Ohio. Third place, Reagan Werner, Hooker, Oklahoma. Second place, Garrett Burkett, Evansville, Wyoming. And that is also your reserve champion. And then first and champion, Kellen Algier, Fredericktown, Ohio. Next in the ring will be the yearling ewe meat breeds. Yearling ewe meat breeds next in the ring.
A nice class. You get out into these yearling ewes. You we're going to start with, I think there's just no holes in her. You put your hands on her and you're really surprised. Really a good square rack in this female. Plenty of turn to that rib, one with some depth of body, one that balances up tremendously well. And as you come back across the top side, really thick back through that loin into that hip, a lot of muscle in that stifle and lower leg, yet maintains the femininity I'm looking for. I think she's stout enough at the ground. A nice kind of place to start. Coming to the young man's ewe here in second. One that I love the look from the side of this female. I think one that's really elegant through her front third. One that ties together really well. With that, I'd like to stouten her up just a touch at the ground to be able to move her up any higher today. I think one that just needs another shot in terms of her bone work to be able to move her higher. Come to the ewe here in third, a powerhouse type of a female, one with a lot of rib shape, a big top, a lot of bone under this female. With that, she's given up a little bit of the elegance through the front third of her skeleton today. One that's carrying just a little more cover than I'd like to see, and I think that's what throws off her balance ever so slightly. Maybe if we could trim her down and take her back a couple months, I think a really powerful type of a female. Come to the ewe here in fourth, the Dorset ewe. I think she's pretty far along in her maternity pattern, excuse me. I think one that shows me good sweep. I love the balance underneath this female. With that, she just doesn't have the natural muscle over the top side anymore. It's all going to the babies in the belly, and I love the spring rib. With that, out here in the show ring, we need another shot of muscle. Come to the ewes here in 4 and 5. Some that are just giving up a little bit in terms of straightness of lines for me today, especially down the top side of their skeleton. Ewes that have plenty of meat and muscle. We just need to straighten them up in their skeleton. Congratulations.
Results of the yearling ewe meat breeds: in sixth place, Dylan Heath. Fifth place, Blair Sanchez, Bear River, Wyoming. Fourth place, Blair Sanchez, Bear River, Wyoming. Third place, Kellen Algier, Fredericton, Ohio. Second and reserve champion, Kellen Algier, Fredericton, Ohio. And first and your champion, Blair Sanchez, Bear River, Wyoming. Next in is the Weathersire Dam ewe lamb class. Weathersire Dam Class 1 of the ewe lambs. The top two in this class will come back in for champion drive after we have Class 2. If you're looking for that edge in the show ring, consider the all-new Blue Ribbon 2 blocking blade from Andis. Designed for competition, the Andis Blue Ribbon 2 blocking blade delivers a new level of performance with improved hair feed and clean show-stopping lines. Stop by your authorized Andis dealer and see it today.
a great class to start with here in your crossbred females. The two at the top, I think these are extremely close. They're a little different in their type and kind, and you kind of got to go one way or the other. The young lady we're going to start with, I think, an extremely cool type of female, one with some squareness to her rack, comes back to a really wide loin, really wide hip, plenty of muscle back in that stifle and lower leg. Yet she's got a good look from the side. Yet she maybe is not quite as good through that front third as the young man's you here in second. But I think with that, she also brings me just a little more natural top shape. She's got plenty in terms of turn to the rib, plenty of depth of body. A really nice place to start. Come the young man here in two, and one that I love when I get off to the side of this female. I love where the chest floor is compared to the rear flank. I think one that shows me a good sweep. One that's got enough muscle across the top side. Maybe doesn't have that quite that squareness through the rack region that we're finding in the class winner, and that's kind of my sort when you get over top of these things and put your hands on them. The other just has the bigger, squarer top, and we still got to analyze that out here in the show ring. I'd take them both home. I think they're awfully good. Come the young ladies here in third, and another really big rack type of sheep. With that, it's the one that gets the narrowest in terms of its pin set for me today compared to the top three. I think one with some plenty of foot and bone underneath of it, one with a good enough look. I just like to spread it out at its pin set to be able to make it any higher today. Come to the young man here in four, really long-sided sheep, one with a great handle across the top side. With that, it's just a little deeper in its chest for today. I'd like to trim it up, drop it in that rear flank, and make it balance a little better off the side to be able to move it any higher. Rounding out my top five here, the young lady, a really nice kind of a lamb off to the side. You love the look of that lamb. You love the stoutness of bone underneath it. With that, it's just a little greener compared to the lambs that are ahead of it. Doesn't have quite that natural base width we're finding in the four ahead of it, but I think one with plenty of muscle and down the road maybe really can challenge. As we go across the lineup over there, a lot of nice lambs over there, just not as far along in their condition or have a few things we'd like to fix. Let's go ahead and give them all a big round of applause.
Results of the Class 1 of the Weathersire Dam ewe lambs. In 10th place, Lane Backus, Hagerville, Arkansas. In 9th place, Lucas Guerra, Torrington, Wyoming. In 8th place, Audrina Marcy, Leota, Kansas. 7th place goes to Iris Lower, Boulder, Colorado. 6th, Grace Poole, Castle Rock, Colorado. 5th place, Paige Romza. In 4th place, Jackson Barnes, Burlington, Colorado. 3rd place went to Caden Healy Mitchell, Broomfield, Colorado. 2nd place, Garrett Burkett, Evansville, Wyoming. And 1st place, Emma Gonzalez, Carpenter, Wyoming. 1st and 2nd will come back in for the champion drive. 1st and 2nd will come back in for the champion drive. Next in the ring is Class 2, Weathersire Dam ewe lambs. Class 2.
Another nice class out here. The young lady we're going to start with, I think, again, the most complete type of sheep out here. I like the bone work underneath this female. I think one that's just really sound across the top side of her skeleton, really thick from that rack all the way back to her pin set. Maybe doesn't have quite that added squareness we're finding in some of these, but out here I think it's a little bit of give and take. I think this is kind of my only place to start for me. Coming to the young lady here in second. One I love when they get this one stuck. I think looks really good off to the side. One with some added bone work underneath it. With that, when we set this one into motion, it gets a little heavier in its chest. It wants to drop its chest or front end down. When we set it on the go, not quite as clean in the brisket, and that's kind of my sort between these two. When you analyze the front of this one, it's got a little more in brisket and breastplate. I'd like to trim it back, and we could swap these two rather handily. Come to the young lady here in three, one with a really cool look off to the side. I love the balance. I love the chest floor in this sheep. With that, there's just not as much of it. You put your hands on it, and you really appreciate the freshness. We just need to mass out a little bit on the top side of its skeleton. We need to open it up to the center portion in terms of its rib shape, give her a little added turn to be able to move her any higher today. Coming to the young man here in four, again, a really cool looking one off to the side. With that, I'd like to drop it down in its rear flank just ever so slightly. I'd like to level it out over that hip. It wants to turn to roll off, especially when we set it in motion. If we could do those couple things, I think we got a contender. Come to the young lady here in fifth, and when we set this one into motion, it wants to take a shorter, choppier step. I'd like to just smooth it out when we set it into motion, make it hit that next step hole as we go. We're about to ring, but I think a really thick, massive type of a female. And going on down the other side, another lot of nice lambs. Some that just don't have quite the intangibles we're looking for towards the top end. Congratulations, all the exhibitors. Let's give them a round of applause.
Results of Class 2. In 10th place, December Poole, Castle Rock, Colorado. 9th place, Cody Cohen, Elkhart, Kansas. In 8th place, Kellen Algier, Fredericktown, Ohio. 7th place, Cash Campbell, Julesburg, Colorado. 6th went to Bella Campbell, Julesburg, Colorado. 5th place, Caden Healy Mitchell, Broomfield, Colorado. 4th place went to Cody Cohen, Elkhart, Kansas. 3rd to Sage Romza. And 2nd, Cooper Sanchez, Bear River, Wyoming. And 1st place, Emma Gonzalez, Carpenter, Wyoming.
Out here for your champion. I think all four of these are really outstanding individuals, and I don't need to take a lot of time. We've analyzed them in class and taken our time there. I'll go out here and show you the two that I think just kind of rise above the rest in terms of what I'm looking for. Let's go ahead and put your hands together for your champion reserves.
Champion comes out of Class 1. That's Emma Gonzalez, Carpenter, Wyoming. Your reserve champion also comes out of Class 1. That's Garrett Burkett, Evansville, Wyoming. Next in the ring will be Yearling U, Weathershire Dam. Yearling U, Weathershire Dam, next in the ring. Entering the ring at this time is the Yearling U, Weathershire Dam. Yearling U, Weathershire Dam entering the ring at this time.
Oh, here in this yearling U division, the young man's we're going to start with. I think just the combination sheep again. I think one that looks good from the side, has the amount of bone, enough bone underneath of it. One with a really cool look through that front third as well. Then you put your hands on her really big and square down her top, back through that loin. Maybe she doesn't have quite the width of hip that I'm finding in second place. Maybe not quite as much muscle in that stifle and lower leg. But I think one, when you put everything together, it's kind of got to come to the top. Come to the young man here in second. Really a big ended type of female. I love the amount of stifle muscle. I love the amount of twist and the hip in this sheep. With that, she's just not quite as good through the front third of her skeleton. She doesn't have that extra look either that I get off to the side that I'm finding the young man that's going to start the class, but I think an awful, awful good one with a lot of muscle in it. Coming to the young ladies' Dorset Advantage here in 3. One again with a really cool look from the side. I think it's got plenty of muscle when you get in behind it. With that, it shortens up in its hip for me today. Shortens up a little in terms of its loin and overall length compared to the two contemporaries standing directly ahead of it. It's going to end up in 3rd. Coming young ladies here in 4th, and again, a really cool eye-appealing type of a sheep. When it starts running out, when we get in behind it and view it, I need to give it another shot of muscle in that stifle and lower leg to be able to move it any higher today. And then rounding out my top lineup, I think a really big top, really big body type of a female. One that just starts losing out a little bit in terms of circumference of bone at the ground and a little bit in terms of its skeletal design, especially through the front third. We'd like to trim that one back and make it a little more angular as we view it from the side to be able to move it higher. But I think an extremely big-ended type of a sheep. A really nice class all the way down. Congratulations to the exhibitors.
Results of the Yearling U Weathersire Dam class. In 8th place, Alice Zuber, Fairplay, Colorado. 7th place, Lane Backus, Hagerville, Arkansas. 6th place, Kellen Algier, Fredericktown, Ohio. 5th place went to Lucas Guerra, Torrington, Wyoming. 4th, DeBella Campbell, Julesburg, Colorado. 3rd, Paisley Potter, Rathdrum, Idaho. 2nd and reserve champion, Cash Campbell, Julesburg, Colorado. And 1st and champion, Cody Cohen, Elkhart, Kansas. Next in the ring is Supreme Ulam. Supreme Ulam is next in the ring. We need champion and reserve of each of the divisions. The Colorado Farm Show is proud to support the National Western Stock Show, and they invite you to attend the 56th Colorado Farm Show, January 28th, 29th, and 30th at Island Grove Regional Event Center in Greeley, Colorado. If you eat it, drink it, or wear it, agriculture produced it. Colorado Farm Show brochures are available at the announcer stand. Complete details are online at www.coloradofarmshow.com.
We get out here and the selection of your Supreme Champion ULAM, and I think all these kids are really deserving, along with their sheep. I think it's just been a great show. Let's go ahead and give the kids a round of applause. Every one of them's been very respectful, and they're just a great group of kids out here, and it's been my pleasure to go through here and work with them. For Supreme today, I think there's several that are out here that are really in contention and really good. Today, for me, I guess we got two banners to give away. I'm going to go show you the two that are going to take those home, taking nothing away from any of the other ones. I think there's a lot of good sheep. It's been an exceptional show. Congratulations.
Champion or Supreme and Reserve Supreme ewe lamb comes out of the Weather Sire Dams. Weather Sire Dams are your Grand and Reserve Grand Champions. Everyone else can be released at this time. Give them a big round of applause, folks. Thank you. Your overall Supreme goes to Emma Gonzalez, Carpenter, Wyoming, and your reserve is Garrett Burkett, Evansville, Wyoming. Next in the ring is the Yearling ewe, Supreme Yearling ewe, next in the ring. Next in the ring is the Supreme Yearling U. Supreme Yearling U, champion reserve of the divisions. Yearling divisions will be coming in the ring at this time.
Again, not as much competition out here in the yearling U division, but I think all these are certainly deserving. And kind of what comes to mind for me out here, I think maybe not be the popular opinion, but when we get to yearlings, I want them to look like yearlings. I want that maturity pattern there. I want the rib shape there. I want the massiveness that we're supposed to see in sheep that type of age. I love fresh sheep. I love feminine sheep. But when it comes down to it, we're talking yearlings. We need to have them there right now. I'll go show you the two that I like. Congratulations, taking nothing away from any of the others.
Champion goes to Cooper Sanchez, Bear River, Wyoming. Your reserve champion, Kellen Algier, Fredericktown, Ohio. We'll now take a 15-minute break before we start the open show. 15 minutes. Entering the ring at this time is the Hampshire Ram Lambs under 1 year. Hampshire Ram Lambs under a year of age entering the ring.
Oh, here to start your Hamp show in the Rams. I think we got a buck that leads off pretty handily for me. I think one that shows me the most in terms of natural muscling and dimension. I think a really big top type of a sheep. One that when you put your hands on him, he percentages the longest of any of these out here. He's got the longest hind saddle. I really, really appreciate that. He's also the heaviest muscle. You get back into that hip and hind leg, the most in the stifle. And he shows me the best balance from the side. If we're going to be really critiquing of this ram, I'd like to pick him up on the left front foot. But I think when you put everything together, he certainly comes to the top. Come to the ram here in second. Another really sound kind of a ram, one with some added length and extension, one that just doesn't have quite the mass and muscle that I'm finding in my class winner, not quite the bone size as well, but I think one that's really elegant, really long, has plenty of rib, and really good through the top side of his shoulder. Come to the young man here in three, and again, one with a lot of muscle on him. I think he's really correct type of a sheep, one that maybe doesn't have quite the bone work, quite the muscling we're seeing in the two standing directly ahead of him. Rounding out the class, I think another large frame kind of a ram, one that when you analyze him from the side, I'd like to clean him up in his chest floor and his brisket area. He wants to get just a nickel deeper than I'd like to see today. If we could clean that up, I think we could really change this around. A nice class ram to start with. Congratulations.
Results of the Ram Lamb, Hampshire Ram Lamb. In fourth place, DLT Family Farms, Hallam, Nebraska. Third place, Kellen Algier, Fredericktown, Ohio. Second, DLT Family Farms, Hallam, Nebraska. And first place went to Kellen Algier, Fredericktown, Ohio. Now in is the pairs. Pair of Ram Lambs. Pair of Hamp Ram Lambs next in the ring. And then we will have champion Hamp Ram. First place in the pair of Ram Lambs, Kellen Algier, Fredericktown, Ohio, and second, DLT Family Farms, Hallam, Nebraska. Next in the ring is Hampshire ewe lambs under 1 year. Hampshire ewe lambs under a year next in the ring. In the ring at this time is ewe lambs, Hampshire ewe lambs under a year. Hampshire ewe lambs under a year in the ring at this time. John Deere is the official agriculture and turf equipment provider of the National Western Stock Show. Visit your local John Deere dealer for great deals now, and remember, nothing runs like a Deere.
we get out here, and I think a really nice class of Hamps, and I know I've seen some of these earlier, and I'll be real honest. I can't remember what I did yesterday, and I can't remember what I did this morning. I'm going to view them as they come in the ring. If I swap some of these, then I apologize ahead of time. But you get some different showmen on these and accentuate their good traits, and maybe you can change a few of these. It's not always cut and dry as you go through. So I want to make that statement first and foremost before we see a lot of these that come right back into me from this morning. That being said, the young man that's going to start this class, I think just a combination sheep for me out here today. There's just no holes in this sheep. You put your hands on it, really fresh, really square from the rack, back to a wide loin, a really wide hip, carries plenty of muscle, has a great look from the side. I love the balance of this sheep. I like the front end. I like the angularity, and it balances up tremendously well. It's got the added extension and bone work. Just a nice place to start. Coming to the second, again, one with a lot of mass, a lot of power down that top. Comes back to a wide hip, plenty of muscle when you view it from behind. One that shows me good balance from the side. With that, maybe just not quite as trim through that front third compared to the contemporary standing directly ahead of it. Doesn't have quite the look. Wants to get just a little lazier about its top compared to my class winner, but I think two really nice females. Coming to the frame type sheep here in 3, one that you really appreciate when you set this one into motion. For a big sheep, it holds itself together rather well, puts the feet down where it needs to be. That being said, doesn't have quite the bone work I'm seeing in the 2 ahead, and one that when you put your hands on it, maybe not quite the muscling you see down that top, but she does have that turn to the rib, the style from the side. We just need a notch more of her to be able to carry her to the front of this class. Coming to the U here in 4, and again, a really big rib type of sheep. One that I was surprised when I got over top of it, put my hands on it, a big top, really level on the top side of its shoulder, really expanded through the center portion of its skeleton. With that, when we set her into motion, she wants to get a little tighter in her hock. I'd like her to take a freer and easier step as we set her about the ring to be able to move her higher today. Rounding out my top 5, another really heavy muscle type of a sheep. One that maybe just doesn't have quite the intangibles when you talk about skeletal correctness compared to some of the ones that are ahead of it. Doesn't want to hold itself together quite as well, but I think a really heavy muscled, really big rib type of a sheep. A nice class. Congratulations.
Results of the Ewe-Lamb, Hampshire Ewe-Lamb class. In 8th place, Michelle Sturkle. In Sturkle, Hampshire's Erie, Colorado. 7th place, DLT Family Farms, Hallam, Nebraska. 6th, Kellen Algeier, Fredericktown, Ohio. 5th, Brecken Nelson, Tribune, Kansas. 4th place, DLT Family Farms, Hallam, Nebraska. 3rd place, Michelle Sturkle, Sturkle, Hampshire's Erie, Colorado. In 2nd place, Brecken Nelson, Tribune, Kansas. And in 1st place, Kellen Algeier, Fredericktown, Ohio. Now is the pairs. Now's the pairs. Results of the pairs. Kellen Algeier, Fredericktown, Ohio is first. Brecken Nelson, Tribune, Kansas is second. DLT Family Farms, Hallam, Nebraska is third. And Michelle Sturkle, Sturkle, Hampshire's Erie, Colorado is fourth. Next in is Yearling Ewes. Yearling Hampshire Ewes next in the ring. Next in the ring will be the yearling Hampshire ewes. Yearling ewes, 1 year old and under 2.
Oh, here in your yearling ewes again, we got the most complete sheep coming to the top. One that really excels the rest of the class. When you set this one into motion, every foot goes exactly where it's supposed to be. She stays really square and true, really wide base type of a sheep, and I think that's where she really excels. Then you analyze her, really muscular down her top, carries plenty of muscle back in that hip and hind leg, has plenty of turn to the rib, balances up tremendously well. Come to the ewe here in second, and I really appreciate this ewe's length of side, length of spine. I think one that balances up tremendously well. And then when you can get over top of her, extremely wide sprung through her center portion, I really appreciate that. With that, I'd like to give her just a notch more in terms of bone at the ground. I'd like to stouten her up, and I'd like to give her just a little more angle to them hocks. She's getting just a touch straight compared to the class winner. If we could add just a little more set, I think we could maybe swap these two. Coming to you here in third, a big rugged ewe, one with a big top, big rib in her. There's a lot of things I like about this sheep. I need to change her off those rear legs today, especially when we set her into motion. She wants to pop her rear left past her, and she wants to get just a little straighter in her whole leg placement today. The way it comes out of the hip, I'd like to change that to be able to move her up any higher. But I think just a big, massive type of a female, you can't go lower than third. Coming to the next ewe, really an eye-appealing ewe through the front third, and I considered running her up a couple places. I love where her chest floor is. I love the balance of this female. With that, again, she's getting just a touch straight as well. Doesn't have quite the length. I'm finding the ewe standing directly ahead of her. One that I love the sweep to that underline. And I'll grant you, she's heavier bred. She's going to have that. But I think one that just really takes a pretty picture, she's going to come in next. Rounding out the class, another big, long type of ewe. One that's just not sound at the ground today for me to be able to move any higher. A nice class. Congratulations.
Results of the yearling Hampshire ewe class. In fifth place, DLT Family Farms, Hallam, Nebraska. Fourth place, Michelle Sturkle, Sturkle Hampshires, Erie, Colorado. In third place, DLT Family Farms, Hallam, Nebraska. Second place, Michelle Sturkle, Sturkle Hampshires, Erie, Colorado. And in first place, Kellen Algier, Fredericktown, Ohio. Now is the pairs. First place in the pairs goes to Michelle Sturkle, Sturkle Hampshires, Erie, Colorado. And second place in the pairs goes to DLT Family Farms, Hallam, Nebraska. Next in the ring will be the champion Hampshire. We need first and second ewe lamb and first and second yearling. First and second ewe, or excuse me, first and second, ewe, and first and second yearling.
Here for your champion female. I think all four of these are awfully deserving, and it's kind of a pick your type and kind out here. We got different shapes and sizes, and from the frame to the slick shorn type. I know they're shown with wool on them out here, but they come from a slick shorn type. I think all of these are have a lot to offer. It's a kind of what you put your priorities. I like sheep that are really muscular, maintain femininity, that are skeletally built correct, and I like the added look from the side as well. I think there's a couple that fit the bill for me. I'll go out here and show you your champion in reserve.
Your champion Hampshire ewe comes out of the yearling class, and that is Kellen Algier, Fredericktown, Ohio. Reserve champion came out of the ewe lamb class, and that was Kellen Algier, Fredericktown, Ohio. Next in the ring is best pair, one ram, one ewe. Next in the ring. Best pair. In the best pair, first place, Kellen Algier, Fredericton, Ohio. And second place, DLT Family Farms, Hallam, Nebraska. Next in is Lamb Flock. In the ring is Lamb Flock. One ram, two ewes. One ram, two ewes is Lamb Flock. That's what's in the ring at this time. First in Lamb Flock is Kellen Algier, Fredericktown, Ohio. Second, DLT Family Farms, Hallam, Nebraska. Next is Flock, one ram, two yearling ewes, and two ewe lambs. Saunders Construction was locally founded in 1972 and is now one of the largest and most stable construction companies in Colorado. Saunders offers well paid positions with opportunities for career growth. Visit us at www.saundersincorporated.com for information on career opportunities. Champion flock goes to DLT Family Farms, Hallam, Nebraska. Congratulations to all the Hampshire breeders. That was a nice show. We'll see the champion and reserve champion come back in for Supreme female and Supreme male. Male. Next in the ring will be the Southdown breed. Southdown breed will be next in. We will start with the Rams, move right into the Ewes. Weaver Livestock is committed to helping you be the very best you can be. Stop by their trailer on the hill to check out their full line of show supplies backed by industry experts. Weaver is devoted to fueling your enthusiasm for showing livestock with educational clinics and innovative products at the National Western. We've got one class of Ram Lambs. So first and second will also be champion and reserve.
Nice way to start your Southtown show. These two Rams out here, these young ladies out here do a really nice job getting this one shown. I think an awful stout kind of sheep, one that I really appreciate in terms of his mass muscling and the way he balances from the side. When you set him into motion, I think one that just moves really true, shows me that extra muscle expression when you get in from behind him. I think a really opened up type of a sheep, just a really nice kind of ram. Coming to the ram here in second, I really appreciate the elevation of this sheep, the extra length of side of this sheep. With that, maybe he just doesn't have quite the muscling over his top side. He's not quite as opened up as the young ladies ram that we're starting the class with. But I think two awful nice rams, a little different in their type and kind. This is the way I see them today. Congratulations.
In the Ram Lambs, Southdown Ram Lambs, your champion went to Brecken Nelson and reserve champion Tatum Carlson, Henry, Nebraska. Brecken Nelson is from Tribune, Kansas. Next in the ring is the ewe Lambs, Southdown ewe Lambs next in the ring.
Nice class of Southdown ewe lambs to sort through. Ewe lamb we're going to start with. I think she's the biggest down her top, one that handles adequately from that 13th rib on back, one that's a little longer hipped. When you get off to the side, I think the big advantage, she balances up so well. I love where her chest floor is at. Maybe I think she's just got a little more sweep than I'd like to see. I think she's a little more hay in there, or she's heavier bred. But one, I think when you analyze everything, she's got to come to the top for me today in terms of soundness and muscling and the way she balances up. Coming to you here in second. One again that I love the balance of this female. One that's maybe not quite as good in her chest floor compared to the class winner was. One that's maybe not quite as stout at the ground, but in terms of muscularity over the top, spring a rib and dimension back through that hip, I think a nice kind of view to come in second. Coming to the pretty outline ewe here in three, one that's really long down her top, really extended up to that front third. With that, she gets just a little flatter through her stifle. I'd like to give her just a shot more muscle back there. I'd like to open her up just a bit to be able to move her up higher, but I think one that really strikes a picture off the side. The ewe here in fourth, again, one that strikes another picture off the side. I love the elegance through that front third. One that when you analyze her, she wants to let her top drop down ever so slightly. She's not quite as square at the bottom side of her shoulder blades. She's not quite as opened up when you get back in behind her. Not quite as rugged at the ground. With all that being said, she's really adequate in a lot of places. I think one that there's just not a lot of holes in. She just doesn't have the added intangibles we're finding in the class in the ones ahead of her. Rounding out my top five, again, a really long-sided female, one that gives up a little bit in terms of ruggedness of bone for me today compared to the ewe lambs that are going to start the class, but a really nice kind of ewe in her own right. Congratulations.
Results of the Southdown ewe lambs. In seventh place, Tatum Carlson, Henry, Nebraska. In sixth place, Michelle Sturkle, Sturkle, Hampshires, Erie, Colorado. Fifth place, Tatum Carlson, Henry, Nebraska. Fourth place, Kim Sturkle, Erie, Colorado. Third place, Melanie Whitmore, Stillwater, Oklahoma. In second place, Kellen Algier, Fredericton, Ohio. And in first place, Brecken Nelson, Tribune, Kansas. Now in is the pair of ewe lambs. In first place, Kim Sturkle, Erie, Colorado. And in second place, Tatum Carlson, Henry, Nebraska. Next in will be the yearling ewes. Southdown yearling ewes next in the ring. Superior Farms is committed to the care of the flock. Our employee owners believe good things come from putting the flock first. Get the story at superiorfarms.com. In the ring is the Southdown yearling ewes. Southdown yearling ewes in the ring. Next in the ring after the yearlings will be the champion ewe champion, reserve champion, Southdown U, and then we'll do the supreme champion in the Southdown breed.
Oh, here in your yearling ewes. Again, the soundest ewe is going to start this class. I think one that's extremely complete. Level down her top, long from that 13th rib on back. One that carries out a really level wide hip. One that balances up tremendously well when you get off to the side of her. Yet she has ample muscle over to the top. Just a nice place to start. The ewe here in second, really a wide sprung ewe, a big top type of sheep. One that's maybe a little more plain in terms of her skeletal build for me today compared to the class winner. Doesn't have quite the bone work. I'd like to peel a little of the condition off, but all that being said, I think a really opened up big top type of a sheep. Come to the ewe here in third, a really long-sided ewe that I appreciate for the length. One that, again, I think just a little darker than I'd like to see in her hair coat today. And with that as well, I'd like to just level her up in her lines. She wants to drop that top as we set her into motion. I'd like her to hold everything together just a notch better to be able to move her higher. Round out the class, a really heavy muscle type of a sheep, one that you really appreciate for the capacity and the added muscle. With that, she rounds off a little over that hip. She's not quite as heavy boned, and I'd like to make her sounder in her mouth today to be able to move her any higher. Nice class all the way through. Congratulations.
Results of the yearling Southdown ewes. In fourth place, Melanie Whitmore, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Third went to Bailey Fisher, Franktown, Colorado. Second to Kim Sturkle, Erie, Colorado. And first place, Faith Marcy, Leota, Kansas. Now we have champion and reserve in the ewe lambs and the yearling ewes. For champion and reserve, first and seconds in each of those for champion and reserve, Southdown U. So first and second in the ewe lambs, first and second in the yearling ewes, and this is for the selection of the champion and reserve champion Southdown. Upon completion of this class, we will select the supreme champion, which will bring the champion ram back in against the champion ewe.
Here for your champion overall Southdown female. I think all these are really deserving. They're good in their breed type. They're sound at the ground. They've got some muscle and some capacity in them. Today for me, I think there's one that I just find a little more ideal than the rest, and the reserve follows in pretty easy. I'm going to go show you the champion in reserve. Congratulations.
Champion Southdown U comes out of the yearling class. That would be Faith Marcy, Leota, Kansas. Your reserve champion comes out of the U Lamb class, and that was Brecken Nelson, Tribune, Kansas. Now for Supreme. This is the Supreme champion Southdown. You have the Rams will come back in. Should have your champion U and your champion Ram. Champion U and champion Ram. This will be for Supreme champion Southdown. Upon completion of this will be best pair. 1 Ram, 1 U. 1 Ram, 1 U. Next in the ring for best pair. Your Supreme champion goes to Brecken Nelson from Tribune, Kansas, and your reserve or your you don't have a reserve. Next in is best pair. 1 Ram, 1 U. Best pair, 1 Ram, 1 U. Next will be Lamb Flock, 1 Ram Lamb, and 2 U Lambs. Single entries in both of these classes. Best pair goes to Brecken Nelson, Tribune, Kansas. Next in is Lamb Flock, 1 Ram Lamb and 2 U Lambs. 1 Ram Lamb, 2 U Lambs. Again, a single entry. Southdown Lamb Flock goes to Tatum Carlson from Henry, Nebraska. Next in the ring will be the Suffix. Suffix will be the next in the ring. Yearling Ram, we have a single entry. Right behind it will be the ewe lambs.
Out here to start your Suffolk show, just a single entry. He's going to be your champion ram, a really nice kind of individual. One that's good about his lines, straight in his lines, good about his angles. I think one with a really correct foot on him. A buck that could have stood a lot more competition. Congratulations.
Your champion Suffolk Ram is Braden Robinson, Garden City, Kansas. Next in will be ewe lamb, Suffolk ewe lamb, next in the ring.
Nice class of Suffolk ewe lambs out here. The ewe we're going to start with, I think she's the biggest in terms of her top shape. She's the widest sprung in terms of her rib. Got a really wide hip in her. She's really good at the ground as well. That's kind of where she excels. I think she's just really sound on all four corners. Moves about the ring real free and easy. A nice place to start. Come to the young ladies here in second. One that you got a really pretty profile on this lamb. I love the silhouette of this lamb off to the side. With that, I think one that I just like to change off of its rear legs, make just a little stouter in terms of its bone work to be able to move any higher, but a nice kind of lamb. Lamb here in three gets a little bluer than I'd like to see maybe. I think part of that's just it's rubbing out, but one that's really sound on the ground, one that angles really well. I think one that straightens its lines, balances up well enough from the side. Going to go three. Lambs here in 4 and 5. I think these are really good lambs. I don't believe they belong out here in the Suffolk class. In terms of their breed type, I'd like to change them to be able to move them any higher. That being said, I think skeletal quality and muscling quality, these are some really good lambs. And round out the class, young man's a nice kind of a Suffolk lamb, one that just gives up a little too much in terms of muscle and straighten its lines to be able to move any higher. Nice class. Congratulations.
Results of the Suffolk ewe lambs. In sixth place, Lane Miller, Lamar, Arkansas. Fifth place, Morgan Sanchez, Spy Club Lambs, Bear River, Wyoming. Fourth place, Morgan Sanchez, Spy Club Lambs, Bear River, Wyoming. Third place, Braden Robinson, Garden City, Kansas. Second to Reagan Weimer, Hooker, Oklahoma. And first place, Braden Robinson, Garden City, Kansas. Your pairs, Braden Robinson will be first, and Morgan Sanchez, Spy Club Lambs, Bear River, Wyoming, will be second. Braden is from Garden City, Kansas. Next in is yearling ewes. Yearling ewes next in the ring. Next in the ring is the yearling ewes. Kellen Algar and Morgan Sanchez. Yearling ewes.
Two ewes out here, and we're going to use the late gestation ewe. I think one that's extremely opened up through the center portion, balances up really well from the side, extremely big hip in this female, and one that I appreciate the breed type about. Come to the ewe here in second, really heavy muscle type of sheep. One I really like when I handle her down her top. I think she's extremely expressive through her rack, comes back to a wide hip and plenty of muscle, balances up. Maybe I'd like to change her about her breed type to be able to move her higher today. I think a nice kind of ewe in her own right. Congratulations.
In the yearling ewes, in second place, Morgan Sanchez, Spy Club Lambs, Bear River, Wyoming. And in first place, Keelan Algier, Fredericktown, Ohio. Now in is the selection of champion and reserve champion, Suffolk ewe. We will need the ewe lambs back in the ring. First and second in the ewe lamb, Braden Robinson and Reagan Weimer.
Here for your champion Suffolk. It hasn't been a great big show in terms of numbers, but I think the quality has certainly been very good. Today, I think the two class winners, it's awful close between the two. I think both of them are awful good in their own right. Today, we're going to use the young man's yearling ewe for champion. We're going to follow up with the ewe lamb for reserve. Congratulations.
Your champion Suffolk goes to Keelan Algier, Fredericktown, Ohio. And your reserve champion goes to Braden Robinson, Garden City, Kansas. Next in the ring is best pair, one ram, one ewe. Single entry, Braden Robinson, Garden City, Kansas. Best pair goes to Braden Robinson, Garden City, Kansas. And they'll stay in there because lamb flock, one ram and two ewe lambs, is also exhibited by Braden Robinson from Garden City, Kansas. Next in the ring will be other meat breeds. Other meat breeds will be the next in the ring. Again, your lamb flock goes to Braden Robinson, Garden City, Kansas. First in the ring, other meat breeds will be ram lambs. Ram lambs under a year is the first class of other meat breeds into the ring. 6 in the class. Five in the class.
Kind of a mixed bag contest out here. I think all these are good for their breed. The Dorper Ram we're choosing to start with, I think, just kind of excels for that breed. I think one that's really stout at the ground, one that's really wide based, one that's wide enough through his chest floor, carries enough in terms of spring or rib. He's really big down that top. He carries plenty of muscle back into that stifle and that hip. I think just a nice place to start. We'd come to the Ram here in second, the Shropshire Ram. Again, another really nice ram, one that's good in his lines, thick down his top, really a big-ended ram. I love the hip. I love the hind leg in this ram, plenty of muscle with that. It's just kind of a pick 'em out here. This is the way I see them today. When you compare them to their breed standards, they're going to go 1 and 2. Coming to the ram here in 3, the larger outline Shropshire Ram. I think, again, one that's really elegant, one that's really long down his spine. With that, I'd like to just expand him out, give him another shot of natural muscle, but I think he has a lot of things to offer in terms of stretch and straightness of lines. Round out the class, we've got some Dorset Rams out here, ones that I really appreciate in terms of their muscle pattern. Maybe I'd like to make them just a little more skeletally correct, especially when we view them in the back hocks. I'd like to make them just a little more parallel. I'd like to give them just a little more set. And with that, I'd like to clean some of the color off of their pasterns and their hooves and their nose as well to be able to move them higher. But some really stout-made types of rams. Congratulations.
Results of the Ram Lamb. In 5th place, Sandra Snyder, Snyder Farms, Powell, Wyoming. 4th place, Roy Lambert, Pine Bluffs, Wyoming. 3rd place, Keelan Algier, Fredericktown, Ohio. 2nd place, Keelan Algier, Fredericktown, Ohio. And the winner of Ram Lambs in the other meat breeds, Tim Lobdell, Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. And while I have a second, folks, put your hands together for Eastern Wyoming College, Torrington, Wyoming. They're the ones in yellow shirts, doing a nice job. This is the show division here that helping out showing. Next in is Paralams. That goes to Keelan Algier, Fredericktown, Ohio. Next we have Yearling Rams. Yearling Rams, other meat breeds, Yearling Rams.
A single entry out here in this Dorper Yearling Ram. A really nice kind of individual, wide based, a lot of bone under this buck, a really massive, heavy muscle type of a sheep. Could have stood a lot more competition. Congratulations.
Winner of the Yearling other meat breed Ram is Tim Lobdell, Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. Now for the champion Ram. Champion purebred other meat breeds Ram. We will have the first place in the Ram Lamb and the first place in the Yearling Ram and the second place in the Ram Lamb out in the ring for selection of champion Ram.
Out here for your champion AOB Ram. I think that all three of these are really nice for their breed. And today, for me, I think these two buck lambs that come out of the first class, I think they're just awful good in their own right for their breed. They're going to be your champion reserves today. Congratulations.
Champion and reserve champion, other meat breed rams. Both went to Tim Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. No, I'm sorry. Champion went to Tim Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. The reserve champion went to Kellen Algier, Fredericktown, Ohio. Next in is the ewe lambs. Ewe lambs next in.
Tell you what, it gets awful difficult when you get high quality females out of different breeds, and you kind of got to show them against themselves. And according to breed standards, it gets really close. These top three, I think you can kind of argue each way you want to go. We're going to start with the Shropshire ewe lamb. I think for that breed, I think she's really good in terms of breed type. I think she's great in terms of her feet and legs. One that when you set her into motion, she puts them right down where she needs to. I think one, again, when you get over top, it's really deceiving how much ewes actually there. She's really wide down that top, handles with plenty of muscle, comes back to a wide enough hip, yet she's really elegant through the front third. Then you come to this Dorper ewe here in second, and boy, I can't fault her too much either. I think one that's extremely long down her top line. I think one that's really opened up in terms of the center portion of her body in a rib shape, one that balances tremendously well for me. With that, I think maybe she doesn't percentage quite as long as the ewe I'm going to start with. It's kind of my sort between those two, but I think we're being awful critical there. I think that's a high-quality Dorper ewe that could run anywhere in the country. Coming to the young man weather type of Dorset here in third. I think you slick this one out. She's going to look just the same way she is fitted up here. I think one that's extremely bold about a rib cage, one that's really big and square in her rack, comes back to a wide hip, stands on plenty of bone, a really nice kind of ewe. One that maybe shortens up just a notch in terms of her hind saddle length, but again, in that breed, and if you want to focus on weathers, that's not such a priority in that type of deal. I think a really nice kind of a ewe. It's kind of a pick your poison out here. This is the way I see these top three today. Then you come to the ewe here in fourth. Really a nice kind of a ewe off to the side, one you really appreciate for the muscle and the balance she's bringing to the table. With that, she's just not as good through the front third of her skeleton compared to the ewe lambs that are going to win this class, but one that's really fresh in her condition, has a good look. Rounding out my top five, a really tall frame type of Shropshire ewe lamb, one that's not quite as straight in her lines, one that's not quite as good about the front third of her skeleton again. And I'd like to drop her in the rear flank to be able to move her any higher. But an awful nice class all the way down. Congratulations, exhibitors. Let's give them a huge round of applause.
Results in the ewe lamb, other meat breeds. In 11th place, Jacob Bachman, Johnstown, Colorado. 10th place, Sandra Snyder, Snyder Farms, Powell, Wyoming. In 9th place, Sandra Snyder, Snyder Farms, Powell, Wyoming. 8th place went to Brooke Howard, Spy Club Lambs, Burns, Wyoming. 7th place, Brooke Howard, Spy Club Lambs, Burns, Wyoming. In 6th place, Emily Anderson, Oakdale, California. 5th place went to Keelan Algier, Fredericktown, Ohio. 4th, Reagan Werner, Hooker, Oklahoma. 3rd place, Garrett Burkett, Evansville, Wyoming. 2nd went to Tim Lobdell, Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. And 1st place, Keelan Algier, Fredericktown, Ohio. Now in is pair of ewe lambs. Pair of ewe lambs now in the ring. In the pair of ewe lambs, 3rd place went to Sandra Snyder, Snyder Farms, Powell, Wyoming. 2nd place, Brooke Howard, Spy Club Lambs, Burns, Wyoming. And 1st place, Keelan Algier, Fredericktown, Ohio. Next in is yearling ewes. Yearling ewes, other meat breeds, next in the ring. Yearling ewes. Yearling ewes in the ring at this time.
A really high quality top pair out here. You were going to start with the Dorper female again, just really opened up, really stout for that breed. I think one that's good in terms of breed type, really sound at the ground, really a wide based, well balanced type of female. Coming to the U here in second, one that I love the front third of this U. I think she's extended. She's out there in front of her shoulders. I think one that's really long down her top, comes back to a wide loin. With that, maybe she's just not quite as stout at the ground as what I'd like to see her. One that doesn't have quite the rack shape, and when you get into the stifle. But I think one you really nitpicking in those areas. I think she's really big in terms of her rib shape, a striking type of a female. A really robust type of U here in three, one that I love the added muscle and power. With that, she gets just a little bolder about that front third. One that you really appreciate the bone underneath this female. Coming to the Dorset U next, I think a really stout-footed one that's really angular. You like the balance. With that, I just need a shot more muscle on the top side. I'd like to change her coming out over that dock set into that hip to make her ideal. Rounding out my top lineup, a really hard handling type of U, one that's extremely good through the top side of her shoulder, really level back through that hip, balances up well. She's wanting to fight. She didn't want to be out here for these boys at all today. I think they've done a nice job, a really nice class. Congratulations.
Results of the yearling ewes. In seventh place, Dylan Heath, Precision Dental Services, Farnham, Nebraska. In sixth place, Sandra Snyder, Snyder Farms, Powell, Wyoming. Fifth place, Sandra Snyder, Snyder Farms, Powell, Wyoming. In fourth place, Brooke Howard, Spy Club Lambs, Burns, Wyoming. Third place, Keelan Algier, Fredericktown, Ohio. Second place, Keelan Algier, Fredericktown, Ohio. And first place in your yearling ewes, Tim Lovedale Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. Next in is Para yearling ewes. Pair of yearlings, first place, Keelan Algier, Fredericktown, Ohio, and second place, Sandra Snyder, Snyder Farms, Powell, Wyoming. Next in is for the champion U. Champion and reserve champion U. Next in.
It's been a really deep show out here in your AOBs all the way around. I think there's all several breeds were really well represented out here for your champion. I think there's a couple that kind of stick out. I'll go show you the way I like them today. Let's go ahead and put your hands together for your champion reserve use.
Champion U goes to Keelan Algier, Fredericktown, Ohio, and your reserve champion to Tim Lobdell, Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. Next in the ring is Best Pair, one Ram, one U. Best Pairs next in the ring. Best Pair in third place is Sandra Snyder, Snyder Farms, Powell, Wyoming. Second place went to Keelan Algier, Fredericktown, Ohio, and the winner of Best Pair is Tim Lobdell, Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. Now in is lamb flock, one ram lamb and two ewe lambs. One ram lamb, two ewe lambs. Lamb flock is next in. Lamb flock is entering the ring at this time. Lamb flock, one ram lamb and two ewe lambs. Your class is complete. The winner of Lamb Flock is Keelan Algier, Fredericktown, Ohio, and second goes to Sandra Schneider, Schneider Farms, Powell, Wyoming. Now we have flock, one ram, two yearling ewes, and two ewe lambs, 5 total. 1 ram, 2 yearling ewes, and 2 ewe lambs. The winner of flock goes to Keelan Algier, Fredericktown, Ohio. And second to Eastern Wyoming College, Torrington, Wyoming. Next in the ring is Weathersire Dams. We will start with ram lambs, then yearling rams, and then champion ram. Weathersire Dam ram lambs will be next in the ring. Your class is complete.
A nice way to start your crossbred show out here. The buck we're going to start with, I think, a really tall-shouldered kind of individual, one with a really stout foot on him. I think he handles really good from his rack back to his pin set, really wide down that top. Really good handled is this buck as well. You come to the ram here in second. Probably the pounds heavy ram of the class. I think one, again, you like when you put your hands on him extremely wide down his top. Maybe has a notch more muscle in that stifle and lower leg than my class winner. With that, he's not quite as good in his chest floor and his breastplate area. One that's not quite as level down his top compared to the class winner, but I think two really nice rams to start with. Come to the ram here in third, really long outline ram, really one that strikes a pretty picture on the side. With that, I'd like to make him sounder at the ground today. He's got an awful lot of flex in his pasterns. I'd like to pick him up there to be able to move him any higher today. Round out the class, the Dorset appearing ram, one that you really appreciate in terms of soundness quality, one that just runs out of muscle and natural width. When you get over top of him, I need to just give him another shot of power to be able to move him any higher, but a really nice class. Congratulations.
Results of the Ram Lamb in the is fourth place, Lane Miller, Lamar, Arkansas. Third place, Caden Healy Mitchell, Broomfield, Colorado. In second place, Keelan Algier, Fredericktown, Ohio. And in first place, Bella Campbell, Julesburg, Colorado. Next in is the yearlings. Yearling Rams next in the ring.
Two really nice rams out here. The buck we're going to start with, I think, just a really massive type of a sheep, one that's extremely wide sprung to his rib, really a lot of muscle and squareness down his top, comes back to a really big hip and hind leg as well. You come back to the ram in second one. You really like the outline of this sheep. I just need to make him a little sounder in some areas today to be able to move him any higher. I think a nice kind of a ram in his own right.
Results of your yearling ram. Second place, Cash Campbell, Julesburg, Colorado. And your champion or your first place, Caden Healy Mitchell, Broomfield, Colorado. Those Rams will stay out here, and we'll bring back in the first and second out of the Ram Lamb for your champion Ram in the weather division.
I don't need to take a lot of time out here. I think all these are really deserving. I think there's one that kind of strikes himself for me. Go out here and pick for your champion. Reserve, it does get just a little bit closer, but I think we've got a pretty good way to go there as well. We'll go ahead and put your hands together for your champion, Reserve Rams.
Champion goes to Bella Campbell, Julesburg, Colorado, and your reserve champion, Caden Healy Mitchell, Broomfield, Colorado. Next in the ring will be Class 1 of ewe lambs. Weather Dam Sire ewe lambs, Class 1, entering the ring at this time. Again, we have two classes of ewe lambs, so the first and second out of this one and the first and second out of the next one will come back in for champion and reserve champion ewe lamb.
It's never fun to go back through and sort sheep that you maybe sorted earlier in the day or the day before. And I'm not, like I said earlier, I'm not going to try to get them the same way I did before. I'm going to try to get them the way I see them right now. Showmen change and sheep can change. That being said, I think this first one just leads off, just wins it pretty easy for me. I think really sound on all four corners, really big through the middle portion of her body. When it's extremely big top, handles with adequate thickness coming back into that hip, got a great hind leg in it, and plenty of femininity up through the front. I think just a really nice one to start with. Here in 2 and 3, I got a little bit of a give and take. The ewe in second has more muscle. She's the squared one over her rack. I really appreciate the freshness and squareness down that rack when it's really wide coming back into that loin. Then when you get back to the hip, she narrows up at her pins. I'd like to change her there. I'd like to open her up at that pin set. But with that, she also has the wider sprung rib. I think one that's really sound at the ground. A nice kind of view to come in second. Coming to the young man's here in 3, a really long-sided sheep, one with a great top line in it. When you get over top of it, really square, doesn't get any wider as we go back, though. Stays the same all the way through. One that when we get off to the side, one thing I'd want to change, I'd like to clean it up in its chest floor and drop it in its rear flank to make it ideal. If we could do that, I think it challenges a class winner. Coming to the young ladies here in 4, one that when this young lady gets her propped up, I think one that looks as good as anything out here. She's shallow in her chest, really big down her top, has a really wide hip in her, plenty of leg muscle, and she's got a good foot under her. With that being said, when she lets her relax, she wants to drop her top. When we set her into motion, she gets just a little straighter off of both ends for me today to be able to go up any higher. Rounding out my top 5 lineup, I think we've got a really cool looking one off to the side. With that, we just start running out of power, especially when you get in behind. I'd like to give her another shot of power, especially in that stifle region and lower leg, but a really good looking type of ewe. And going on down the other side, there's a lot of pieces and parts. A really nice class. Congratulations, all the exhibitors.
Results of Class 1 of the ewe lambs in the Weather Dam Division. 10th place, Jim Flessner, Sterling, Colorado. In 9th place, Audrina Marcy, Leota, Kansas. 8th place, Jim Flessner, Sterling, Colorado. 7th place, Jacob Bachman, Johnstown, Colorado. 6th place, Iris Lower, Boulder, Colorado. 5th place, Lucas Guerra, Torrington, Wyoming. 4th went to Kerry Barnes, Burlington, Colorado. 3rd place, Jackson Barnes, Burlington, Colorado. 2nd place, Caden Healy Mitchell, Broomfield, Colorado. And 1st place in Class 1, Garrett Burkett, Evansville, Wyoming. 1st and 2nd will come back in upon completion of this class for champion and reserve champion ewe lamb. In the ring is Class 2 of the ewe lambs.
a really challenging class out here. We've got a big range of weight out here. I think we've got some awful heavy ewe lambs out here, and then we got some that are awful light, and it makes it kind of difficult to go through here and sort them, and especially when you talk about maturity patterns. Today, for me, I think the best handling ewe lamb is going to start the class. One that when you get over top of this one, extremely good in its rack, really good back through its loin and back into that hip, carries enough muscle, and I think one that balances up tremendously well. One, I like the extra extension. With that, I don't think it's quite as square at the bottom side of its blade. I'll grant you that if we're going to be picky there. One that's maybe not the deepest in its rear flank, but when you put everything together, I think just an awfully cool handling lamb to start with. Coming to the young ladies here in second, one that I really like when they get this one stuck. I think it looks like $1,000,000 off the side. Really a big top in this sheep. Maybe not as wide pinned as my class winner, but it's a little stouter at the ground. The biggest thing for me I'd like to change on it is right there at the bottom of its chest floor and its breastplate. I'd like to trim it up there to be able to move it up higher today. Come to the young ladies here in third, and the longer I study this lamb, the more I like it, and kind of for a while there it was going to be my class winner. I think it's extremely good in its build. One that skeletal wise, I think kind of runs away with the class. One that's really got a big foot on it as well. When we set it into motion, gets just a touch choppier, tracks just a touch narrower, and then you put your hands on it. Just not as much sheep there, but I think one that's really cool in terms of its build. Come to the young lady here in four, one that when you talk about rib shape and turn to that rib and added body and dimension, she's sure going to strike those boxes for you. But with that, she gets just a little bolder about the front third of her skeleton. When it's bolder about her shoulder, I'd like to just trim her up there to balance her out a little bit better to go on ahead and win. I think one when you set her into motion, maybe she gets just an extra little bit of flex off them hocks. Coming to the young man here in four, I think another really eye-appealing type of sheep. One that wanted to get just a little lazy. When we set this one on the go, it wants to drop its chest floor ever so slightly when we walk him around the ring. That's kind of my decision here, but a really nice kind of complete ewe lamb. Rounding out my top five, a really striking ewe when you get off to the side of her, one with some added muscle. With that, she gets just a little sharper at the lower end of her shoulder blade for me today to be able to use her up any higher, but a really nice ewe lamb in her own right. Going on down, a lot of high-quality ewe lambs. Maybe I had them placed different earlier. This is the way I see them now. A really nice class. Congratulations.
Results of Class 2. In 10th place, Paige Romza. In 9th place, Samantha Halley Club Lambs, Wiggins, Colorado. 8th place, Keelan Algier, Fredericktown, Ohio. 7th place, Jackson Barnes, Burlington, Colorado. 6th, Bella Campbell, Julesburg, Colorado. In 5th place, Morgan Sanchez, Spy Club Lambs, Bear River, Wyoming. 4th place is Caden Healy Mitchell, Broomfield, Colorado. 3rd went to Paige Romza. 2nd to Morgan Sanchez, Spy Club Lambs, Bear River, Wyoming. And in 1st place, Cody Cohen, Elkhart, Kansas. In the ring at this time is Pair of Ewe Lambs. Pair of Ewe Lambs in the ring at this time. Results of Para U Lambs in sixth place, Lane Miller, Lamar, Arkansas. Fifth place, Jim Flessner, Sterling, Colorado. Fourth, Samantha Halley, Halley Club Lambs, Wiggins, Colorado. Third, Melanie Whitmore, Stillwater, Oklahoma. In second place, Caden Healy Mitchell, Broomfield, Colorado. And the winner of Para U Lambs, Paige Romsa. Next in is the yearling ewes. Yearling ewes next in the ring.
Another really challenging class to sort through. I'm pretty sure I saw some of these as ewe lambs in the first go round, and now they're out here in the yearling division, and kind of vice versa. Like I said before, I'm not trying to get them the same way, and it kind of makes it a challenge as I analyze these and try to remember back. It just gets you a little more mixed up. So we're going to go ahead and sort them like this. The young man that's going to start this class, I think, in terms of maturity pattern, I think this ewe's kind of right where she needs to be. She's trimmed down her top, extremely big down her top. She comes back to the widest hip, the biggest hind leg of anything out here. I think one that's stout enough in her bone work. We set her in motion, and she just kind of floats around the ring. She puts her feet where she needs to be. I think a nice place to start. Come to the young lady here in second. One that I really like the style and look off to the side of this female. I think one that's really elegant through the front third. I think one that's really stout at the ground. And you get up over top of her, really a square, fresh type of sheep over her top. Just doesn't have quite that added thickness. And back to her loin, back to that hip that we're finding in the class winner. But I think a really nice ewe that challenges pretty hard. Coming to the young man here in three. I love the look of this female. I'll be the first to grant you that. And I kind of thought she was going to be my class winner. We get out here. I think she handles great down her top. I love her through that front third. With that, I need more of her. I need to give her another shot of rib. I need to drop her down and give her a little more in terms of her heart girth out here in the yearling class compared to the two contemporaries going to stand directly ahead of her. That was kind of the sort between those. You come to the ewe here in fourth. Really a pretty type of ewe off to the side, one you really appreciate for the look and dimension, one that's just not quite as stout as the ones we're finding directly ahead of her, one that doesn't have quite the natural muscling when you get in behind her. Rounding out my top five, I think we've got an extremely big rib type of female, one that's really square and big down that top. With that, she gets just a little coarser about her front third. She wants to drop it as we set her on the go. I'd like to just trim her up and let her walk just a little freer to be able to move her any higher today. But an extremely stout foot, a big top, nice kind of female. Going on down, a lot of nice ewes out here. Congratulations.
Results of the yearling ewe class. In 11th place, Alice Zuber, Fairplay, Colorado. 10th place, Rebecca DeWitt, Wow Ranch, Fort Collins, Colorado. In 9th place, Liam Patterson, M&L Farm, Kiowa, Colorado. 8th place, Lane Miller, Lamar, Arkansas. 7th place, Lucas Guerra, Torrington, Wyoming. 6th went to Keelan Algier, Fredericktown, Ohio. 5th place, Audrina Marcy, Leota, Kansas. 4th place, Abby Halley, Granby, Colorado. 3rd place, Cody Cohen, Elkhart, Kansas. 2nd, Bella Campbell, Julesburg, Colorado. And 1st, Cash Campbell, Julesburg, Colorado. Now in the ring are the first and seconds of the three classes of ewes. 2 ewe lamb classes, 1 yearling ewe class, and this is for champion and reserve champion ewe. Upon completion of this class, we will have best pair, 1 ram, 1 ewe, and then lamb flock, and then flock.
out here for your champion crossbred female. I think you can kind of make an argument for any one of these to come out here and take home the banner today. For me, I think there's one that kind of comes out in front as the front runner, and it hasn't changed. Your champion's pretty easy. We're going to come back for reserve. It'll get a little bit closer. I'll go out here and show you the way I like them. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for these young exhibitors.
Your champion goes to Garrett Burkett, Evansville, Wyoming. Your reserve champion goes to Cash Campbell, Julesburg, Colorado. Next in the ring is best pair, one ram, one ewe. Best pair. Results of your pairs: in third place, Lane Miller, Lamar, Arkansas. Second place, Caden Healy Mitchell, Broomfield, Colorado. And in first place, Bella Campbell, Julesburg, Colorado. Next in is Lamb Flock. Lamb Flock is next in the ring. In the Lamb Flock, in second place is Lane Miller, Lamar, Arkansas. And in first place, Caden Healy Mitchell, Broomfield, Colorado. We will now be judging the Supreme Champion Male. We will need the champion from each breed. Champion from each breed in the ring at this time.
It's really been a terrific show out here on the meat breed side and the junior shows and open all the way through today. Um, we get out here and there's 5 rams that are in contention for your Supreme Ram, and I think all of them represent their breed rather well. I think there's one out here that I try not to use the words my kind too much, but one that comes out here and is just my kind of sheep. I'm going to go out here and show you Supreme Ram. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Your Supreme Champion female goes to Brecken Nelson. Brecken Nelson with her Southdown Ram. Thank you. Next in is the Supreme Champion female. Supreme Champion female, next in the ring. Should have 4 females for the Supreme Champion. Hampshire, Suffolk, other meat breed, Weather Dam sire. Ladies and gentlemen, while we have a minute before we finish up for the day, if you would, please put your hands together for Alex Wolf, who's been our judge all day long. Thank you, Alex. Appreciate the respect you've shown every exhibitor that's been in the ring. Thank you very much.
I guess this is the last class for today. I appreciate you having me out here to sort through these. It's been a lot of fun, and it's been really challenging as well. I think all of these are really elite when you consider them next to their breed card and scorecard as well. And then you take the crossbred and put her in where she fits in. And I'm one that believes they fit in here no matter what. You got to make them good, whether they're a specific breed or not. It's part of the industry anymore. Today, for me, I think there's one that just kind of excels in a lot of things I'm looking for. I'll go out here and show you the one that I like.
Your Supreme Champion goes to Garrett Burkett with his Weather Dam Sire U. Again, thank you very much, folks. We will see you at 8:30 in the morning. Show starts at 8:30.